Bob Kellogg now challenging with Cody Robbins for the third spot after Dakota Wyatt snuck into second, unchallenged by the 7 of Robbins. David Edwards way out front in the 3D. Dakota Wyatt in second. Third place is Bob Kellogg. Looking to the inside. We are utilizing the passing point system here for a heat race competition with the American Championship Series Limited Modifieds. Cody Robbins and Austin Storm still battling for the fourth spot. It's a side-by-side battle for second, though, as Bob Kellogg pulls even with the 15X of Dakota Wyatt. Wheel to wheel through 3 and 4. 5 laps down and 5 to go. I believe this was 4 this time by for the 3D. Kellogg challenging your second place car of Dakota Wyatt. Robbins and Storm in 4th and 5th. 6th is Chad Morgan. 7th is Darren Jeffroy. 8th is Braylon Dusang. And in 9th is Drennan Keene. Robbins slides up the racetrack at the exit of 2. Here comes Austin Storm to the inside. A battle for 4th. 2 laps to go. Storm slides up in front of Cody Robbins. He'll block for the 4th spot. And we've got one slowed down. Your race leader, the 3D of David Edwards, off the pace. Heartbreak for your race leader, the 3D of David Edwards. Dakota Wyatt will now gain the race lead in the 15X. Bob Kellogg will be moved into the second spot. Eight laps down and 2 to go. A green-white checkered finish coming up here. Dakota Wyatt moved into the race lead. Bob Kellogg in the second spot with Austin Storm in third. Cody Robbins, Chad Morgan, Braylon Dusang, and Darren Jeffroy. Here we go. Here comes Bob Kellogg into the inside for the race lead. Austin Storm with a good run. They're in stair-step formation down the back straightaway and into turn number 3. Coming to grab the white flag. Out of 4, it's still going to be Dakota Wyatt, your race leader. Bob Kellogg not going away there, and Austin Storm still in striking distance. Here comes Kellogg to the inside of Wyatt. Can't make the slide job there. Maybe a little bit of contact as they roll down the back straightaway into 3 and 4 for the final time. Who's it going to be? Coming out of turn number 4, Dakota Wyatt takes the win. Bob Kellogg will come home second. Third is Austin Storm. 4th, Darren Jeffroy. And rounding out the top 5 is Chad Morgan. So in third from Texarkana, Texas, the 36J of Austin Storm. Second place from Natchitoches, the 3 of Bob Kellogg. And taking the win from Provençal, Louisiana, the 15X of Dakota Wyatt. That was heat race number 1 for the American Championship Series Limited Modifieds, presented by David Crawford. Up next will be the American Championship Series Limited Modified heat race number 2, presented by Flawless Accounting and Tax Services. On the pole from Hineston, Louisiana, driving the Hagen Racing, D&K Forestry, CB Race Engines, Larry Shaw Race Cars, number 78 of R.C. Hagen. On the outside from Lumberton, Texas, the R&L Truck Repair Trackside Motorsports, MB Motorsports, IRP Race Cars, number 75-1 of Marcus Black. To the inside of row number 2 from Pitkin, Louisiana, the DJ Crazy Mandy Circle J Farms, Hair by Whitney Soderberg, Gypsy Sisters Boutique, number 15 of Levi Heflin. And to the outside from Lufkin, Texas, Driving the A&B Body Shop, WFO Recycling, Advanced Performance Engines, IRP Race Cars, number 1T of Richard Tubbs. From Ville Platte, Louisiana, driving the T18, that's Tiffany Rollins. And on the outside from Leesville, driving the WCB Enterprises, Integra Shocks, PTS Race Engines, IRP Race Cars, number 12-4 of Wesley Bodie. Cody Tupper drives the Abadix number 23 from Bossier City, and on the outside from Lumberton, Texas, driving the 955 is Robert Metz, and in the 316 from Leesville, that is Connor Soche. Green flag in the air, here we go for heat race number 2. Hagen pulls out of turn number 2, your race leader, Levi Heflin in second. Here comes Richard Tubbs to the inside of Marcus Black for third. Wesley Bodie in the 12-4 in the 5th spot. Robert Metz Jr. going to take that at the line. 5th place. Wesley Bodie, Cody Tupper, Tiffany Rollins, and Connor Soche rounding out your field.
I don't know if I need it or not.
Here comes Heflin to the inside of Hagen for the race lead. Hagen and Heflin side by side for the race lead. Heflin on the bottom. Here comes Levi in the 15. They're side by side for first and side by side for third, just a ways back. Robert Metz Jr. on the inside of Richard Tubbs. Metz will have the spot out of turn number 3. Marcus Black, Wesley Bodie, and Cody Tupper still pacing toward the back of the pack. Heflin still battling with the 78 of R.C. Hagen. Tiffany Rollins rounding out the field at the moment. We're halfway, 5 laps complete and 5 to go, and still a side-by-side battle for the race lead. Heflin trying to gain the momentum down on the bottom side. The 78 of Hagen keeps the momentum on the top side of the speedway. Lap traffic may soon become a factor. The T18 of Tiffany Rollins right in front of your race leaders as the laps wind down. Here comes Heflin out of turn number 4. He may clear him this time. I believe the 15 of Levi Heflin had the race lead that time as they crossed underneath the stripe, and here he comes to the inside of Rollins. 3 wide momentarily with the slower car. Heflin and Hagen still side by side for the race lead. You can tell these folks have done it a time or two. Robert Metz Jr. steadily making his way through the pack in the 955, racking up some great passing points in this one. 8th to 3rd thus far. White flag in the air. R.C. Hagen and Levi Heflin putting on a show. Heflin now bobbles at the exit of 2. That may seal the deal for the 78 of R.C. Hagen. Rolling into 3 and 4. Coming to grab the checkered flag. R.C. Hagen takes the win. Levi Heflin comes home second with a valiant effort. Robert Metz Jr. in third. 4th is Richard Tubbs, and Wesley Bodie rounding out the top 5. So your top 3 cars in third from Lumberton, Texas, the 955 of Robert Metz Jr. Second place in the 15 from Pitkin, Louisiana, that's Levi Heflin. And taking the win from Hineston, Louisiana, the 78 of R.C. Hagen. That was heat race number 3, presented by Flawless Accounting and Tax Services. Up next will be the American Championship Series Limited Modified Heat Race number 3, presented by Tyler Dubois.
K1, 36, K9.
On the pole,
4cc.
from Vidor, Texas, driving the 15 car, that's going to be Tracy Denby Jr. On the outside from Marksville, Louisiana, the Sugarland Garden Soil and Materials, River Runs Dirt Service, Petrie Race Engines, Express Race Cars, number K1 of Stephen Guidry. To the inside of row number 2 from Ruston, Louisiana, in the BRT Performance, Shelton Energy Solutions, PTS Race Engines, Western Flyer Race Cars, number K9 of Mark Underwood Jr. And from Texarkana, Texas, driving the Herald's Transmission, Hadaway Collision, Best Engines, Western Flyer Race Cars, number 36 of Colby Mewborn. From Sibley, Louisiana, the Williams Flooring and Construction, Blacks Metals, Myers Automotive, Wicked Race Cars, number 47cc of Connor Williams. And to the outside from Forest Hill, in the Timothy Lawrence Body Shop, Elliott Incorporated, Dino Jones, Don Cylinder Head Service, number 466 of Charlie Jones. Braden Beard in the 1B. He's from Fredericksburg, Texas, and the 07R of Chad Rollins from Pitkin. Green flag. Tracy Denby Jr. slides ahead in the race lead. Stephen Guidry and Mark Underwood Jr. battle for the second spot. Colby Mewborn in the 4th. And Connor Williams in 5th. Here they go. Underwood to the inside of Guidry. A pair of K cars right there. Tracy Denby Jr., the 15 car. It's Denby in front, Underwood in second, and Guidry in third. Mewborn and Williams rounding out your top 5 with Jones in 6th. 7th is Beard and Rollins rounding out the field in the 07R. Mark Underwood Jr. has now cleared Stephen Guidry, setting his sights on race leader Tracy Denby Jr. Halfway home, 5 laps complete and 5 to go. Just like that, Tracy Denby Jr., your race leader. Mark Underwood Jr. in second. And Stephen Guidry riding in the 3rd spot. Still Denby, Underwood, Guidry, Mewborn, and Williams. No change in the top 5. There'll be 2 laps to go this time. Connor Williams battling with Colby Mewborn for the 4th spot as the laps wind down. Mewborn slides high down the straightaway. Williams into the inside, and there's some debris flying off of the 47cc. That'll pull him off the pace. Caution flag. Lights are out. We got a green-white checkered finish. Denby, Underwood, Guidry, Jones, and Beard. And problems for the 1B of Beard. He's turned around at the exit of 2. Braden Beard bringing out the second caution of heat race number 3.
We can handle the heats, right?
Denby, Underwood, Guidry, and Jones. Green-white checkered. Lights are out, and here we go. Underwood trying to pull even with Denby as they roll down the back straightaway. Into 3 and 4. White flag coming out this time. Still a 3-car battle. Now here comes Guidry to the outside of Underwood for second. Underwood rides the bottom of the Speedway in 1 and 2. Here they go into 3 and 4 for the final time in heat race number 3. Checkered flag waving. Tracy Denby Jr. will take the win. Mark Underwood Jr. in second. Third is Stephen Guidry and Charlie Jones rounding out the field. So your top 3 cars. In third from Marksville, the K1 of Stephen Guidry. Second place from Ruston, the K9 of Mark Underwood Jr. And taking the win from Vidor, Texas, the 15 of Tracy Denby Jr. That was heat race number 3 presented by Tyler DuBois. Here comes the American Championship Series Limited Modified heat race number 4 presented by DQ Grill and Chill of Leesville. Here is your starting lineup. On the pole, from Houghton, Louisiana, the Arclitex Shop Builders, Arclitex Garage Doors, A-Mark Metals, IRP Race Cars, number 9, R of Baron Prince. And in second, from Hornbeck, Louisiana, driving the Rocks Creek Bottom, Katie Beard, Attorney at Law, AMS Race Engines, Western Flyer Race Cars, number 88 of Joey Shirley. To the inside of row number 2 from Ranger, Texas in the 830 Elevated Wine Tours, Ranger Gas Gathering, ASI Racing Engines, Express Race Cars, number 2B of Bryce Beard. On the outside from Elizabeth, Louisiana in the Joel's Auto Sales, Brighton Bridge Hospice, Fontenot Trucking, Western Flyer Race Cars, number E8 is Ethan Bales. To the inside of row number 3 from Calhoun, Louisiana, the TJ Bond Land Services, Bayou Dental Group, Homebrew Horsepower IRP Race Cars, number 12 of TJ Bond. And on the outside from Bridge City, Texas, the First Class Septic, All-in-One Plumbing, All-American Racing Engines, IRP by LN7, the C7 Star of Corey Neal Jr. Your final starter to the inside from Bro Bridge, driving the Cajun Pools and Spas, Yabos, R&R Racing Engines Express Race Cars number 77M of Brandon Miller. And to the outside, from Jonesboro, Louisiana, in the Woodrow Low Trucking, Mark Kinley Plumbing, Paul Leedy Race Engines, Western Flyer Race Cars number B99 of Ben Leedy. Baron Prince, Joey Shirley, Bryce Beard, Corey Neal Jr., TJ Bond, Ben Leedy, and Brandon Miller. Passing points for heat race number 4 for the American Championship Series Limited Modifieds. Green flag. Joey Shirley around the outside of the pole sitter. Baron Prince as Corey Neal Jr. sneaks to the inside for the race lead. Corey Neal Jr., Joey Shirley, and Baron Prince, your top 3. Bryce Beard, Ben Leedy, TJ Bond, and Brandon Miller rounding out your field at the moment. Corey Neal Jr. looking strong around the inside of the racetrack. The C7 Star now goes to the top in 1 and 2. Joey Shirley in second. Baron Prince in third. Neal, Shirley, and Prince, your top 3. Beard, Leedy, Bond, and Miller, still your running order. We are halfway. 5 laps down and 5 to go for Corey Neal Jr. It looks like problems for the 88 of Joey Shirley, who had the second spot locked up. He's now off the pace, and he'll be pulling off the back straightaway. There's 2 laps to go, really more like 1.5 laps for Corey Neal Jr. Baron Prince will be the benefactor of the second spot. White flag in the air this time. Bryce Beard and Ben Leedy with a good battle for third. And here comes Brandon Miller in the 5th spot in the 77M. Corey Neal Jr. all alone in the C7 Star. He's going to take the win in heat race number 4. Second place goes to Baron Prince. Third is going to be a battle. To the inside goes Ben Leedy, but Bryce Beard will hold it. Ben Leedy 4th, and rounding out the top 5 is Brandon Miller. So your top 3 cars in third from Ranger, Texas, the 2B of Bryce Beard. Second place from Houghton, the 9R of Baron Prince. And taking the win from Bridge City, Texas, the C7 Star of Corey Neal Jr. Wins heat race number 4, presented by DQ Grill and Chill of Leesville. And up next will be the first of 5 heat races for the BOM Bank Factory Stocks. BOM Bank Factory Stock heat race number 1 is presented by AGS Glass. On the pole from Lake Charles, Louisiana, he drives the Incredible Edibles, Snowballs, Dotrels, Plumbing, Hubco, Metal Fabrication, F1 Racing Engines, number 5M of Michael Harlow. On the outside, from West Monroe, Louisiana, the Bent's Construction, Crawfish City, J. Dickens Race Engines, Wild Child Chassis, number L88 of Logan Gordon. To the inside of row number 2, from Liberty, Texas, driving the Curtis & Son Breezy Speed Specialities, PTS Race Engines, Laser Race Cars, number 444 is Travis Hudnall. From Manny, Louisiana, driving the Mizell Transportation Club 20 Suspension Shipley Motorsports Engines Outlaw Race Cars, number 32 of Jason Ford. The 65 is Michael Turner. The 234 is CJ Howell. The 56, Craig Persley Jr. The 004 is Todd Fradu. The J27 is Scotty Case. And the 13 is Colby Johnson. We are racing for the BOM Bank Factory stocks. Looks like a problem for the 65 of Michael Turner. Losing some ground there at the start of the race. Michael Harlow will lead lap number 1 in the 5M. Logan Gordon looking to the outside. Here comes Jason Ford to the inside. Scotty Case from the final row all the way up to third. Looks to the inside of Jason Ford for second. Scotty Case in the J27 from Marshall, Texas. He'll take the lead on lap number 2. From the inside of row number 5 all the way to the race lead in 2 laps, Scotty Case in the J27. CJ Howell now in the 234. He started in the 6th spot. He's in second. Third place going to be Craig Persley in the 56. Michael Harlow rides in 4th. 5th is Jason Ford. Michael Turner getting a little bit sideways there in 1 and 2. No harm done. We will stay green. Scotty Case, CJ Howell, Craig Persley, Jason Ford, Michael Harlow, Travis Hudnall, Scotty Case, your race leader. Looks like we've got something up above the cushion in turn number 3, and that'll bring out the caution flag. Five laps complete and 5 to go. The J27 of Scotty Case, your race leader, CJ Howell to the inside for the 2nd spot. Craig Persley Jr. in 3rd. Jason Ford and Michael Harlow rounding out your top 5. Here we go. Craig Persley tried around the outside of CJ Howell but couldn't make it stick. He'll pace in behind him for 3rd, but Colby Johnson bringing out the caution flag. He's spun around in 1 and 2. Green flag waving. Scotty Case leads your field back into turn number 1. Here comes Persley now to the inside. Trying to make it stick. Side by side with CJ Howell. Case, Howell, Persley, Ford, and Fredu, your top 5. Hudnall, Harlow, Turner, Johnson, and Gordon rounding out the field. Two laps to go this time. Scotty Case in the Battle Wagon race cars, number J27. White flag in the air, 1 lap to go for heat race number 1. Down the back straightaway and into 3 and 4 for the final time. Coming to grab the checkered flag. Scotty Case will take the win. CJ Howell comes home second. Third place will be Craig Persley. Fourth is Jason Ford. And rounding out the top 5 is Todd Fredu. So your top 3 cars. In third from New Waverly, Texas, the 56 of Craig Persley. Second place from Dry Prong, the 234 of CJ Howell. And taking the win from Marshall, Texas is the J27 of Scotty Case. That was heat race number 1 presented by AGS Glass. Here comes heat race number 2 presented by Dragonfly Logging for the BOM Bank Factory Stocks. On the pole from Livingston, Texas, driving the Poor Boys Racing PBR chassis, Jeff's Auto Performance Crib Race Cars, number 22 of Thomas McNeil. On the outside, from Hardin, Texas, in the Curtis & Sons Breezy Speed Specialities PTS Race Engines Holy Moly chassis, number 444X is Lakin Hudnall. To the inside of row number 2, he is from Falk, Arkansas, the Pro 1 Transmission Tyler Green Trucking, number 25 of Gary Harvin. And to the outside from Montgomery, Texas, driving the Verda Auto Body, number 0 of Mike Lavispear. Your 5th starter is from Pitkin, Louisiana, the Benz Auto Restoration Richards Tire Wild Child Chassis, number 3J of Levi Heflin. And from Mineral Springs, Arkansas, the Team Smallwood Remax Club 20 Suspension Best Engines Outlaw Race Cars, number 20 of Neil Kemp. The 3 is Rodney Howell. The 51 is Brandon Edwards. The D27 is Devin Krudoff. And Robert Barber driving the M13. Problems for the 444X right off the bat. Lakin Hudnall off the pace. And we got a 4-car battle for the second spot as they roll down the back straightaway. Mike Lavispear around the outside. Three wide for third. To the inside is Levi Heflin. Rodney Howell in the middle. Thomas McNeil up on the high side. Here comes Neil Kemp in the Club 20. Gary Harvin, your race leader, with Mike Lavispear pacing right behind him in the 0 car. Harvin and Lavispear side by side for the race lead. Here comes Rodney Howell in the 3. Keep in mind, folks, we are utilizing the passing point system for the factory stocks, limited modifieds, and late models. Mike Lavispear leads lap number 3 in the 0 car. Gary Harvin in the second spot with Rodney Howell in third. Lavispear to the inside. Harvin around the outside. Here comes Rodney Howell. Neil Kemp right there as well in striking distance. Rodney Howell now moving to the inside of the 25 of Gary Harvin. He's going to bring Neil Kemp with him. Mike Lavispear, Rodney Howell, Gary Harvin in third, but Neil Kemp knocking on the door in the 20. The 3J of Levi Heflin in 5th. 6th is Brandon Edwards. Devin Krudoff in 7th. Robert Barber rounding out the field in 8th. And we got a problem. The 3J of Levi Heflin spun around on the back straightaway. That'll bring out the caution. Six laps complete, 4 laps to go for Mike Lavispear in the 0. Rodney Howell now looking to the inside of Harvin. He rides in 2nd. Brandon Edwards and Neil Kemp battling with Harvin for a moment, but Harvin has a good run toward Howell. Still Lavispear, Howell, Harvin, Edwards, and Kemp now your top 5. Devin Krudoff in the D27 riding in the 6th spot. 2 laps to go this time. Neil Kemp and Brandon Edwards side by side for 4th. Kemp's got the spot. White flag waving, 1 lap to go for the 0. Down the back straightaway and into 3 and 4 for the final time. Coming to take the win, the 0 of Mike Lavispear. Rodney Howell will come home 2nd. 3rd place will be Gary Harvin. 4th is Neil Kemp. And Brandon Edwards will round out the top 5. So your top 3 cars in 3rd from Fouke, Arkansas. Driving the 25, that is Gary Harvin. 2nd place. 2nd place is going to be Rodney Howell out of Colfax, Louisiana. And taking the win from Montgomery, Louisiana, the 0 of Mike Lavispear. That was factory stock heat race number 2 presented by Dragonfly Logging. Here is BOM Bank factory stock heat race number 3 brought to you by S&S Detailing. On the pole from St. Amand, Louisiana. Behind the wheel of the War Shocks by CDR, bodies by Donnie, Best Engines, Wild Child Race Cars, number 14 of Ryder Cantillo. And on the outside from Jonesboro, Louisiana, the TJ Bond Land Services, Homebrew Horsepower Battle Wagon Race Cars, number C7 of Vic Case. To the inside of row number 2 from Florine, Louisiana, and the War Shocks by K. Dillard Racing, David Cook Trucks, Best Engines, Outlaw Race Cars, number 100 plus of Brian Cook. And to the the outside of row number 2 from Gladewater, Texas, the Mobag Suspension Technology, CNS Leasing Services, Boone Engines, PRC Chassis by 1 star, number 1 star, Cameron Furr. Your 5th starter is from Cut and Shoot, Texas, driving the DAF chassis number 27. That's Dalton Faulkner. And from Cleveland, Texas, the 99 is going to be JT Garland. The 23B is Blake Griffin. The 14B is Megan Ford. And Tyler Dubois driving the 77. Green flag waving on heat race number 3. Here comes Vic Case around the outside of Cantillo. Brian Cook will dispose of him as well on the inside. Dalton Faulkner, Cameron Furr, and JT Garland right in the middle of this race, battling, closing in on the 14 of Cantillo. Vic Case and Brian Cook. Here comes Cook to the inside of Case. They're side by side. I believe Case had it at the line that time. But Cook with a good run on the inside. Cantillo in third. Fourth is Faulkner. And there's a problem with the 1 star of Cameron Furr. He's going to collect the 99 of JT Garland. But the caution flag will wave.
Slow down. Caution is out.
Two laps gone and 8 to go. Vic Case, your race leader. Brian Cook choosing the outside for the Texas-style restart. Ryder Cantillo in third. Dalton Faulkner in fourth. Fifth is JT Garland. Sixth, Tyler Dubois. Seventh, Megan Ford. And in eighth is Blake Griffin. Cameron Furr off the Speedway now in the 1 star. Green flag waving. We've got 8 to go. Contact made there on the restart between the C7 and the 100 plus. Looks like no harm done. Then a 99 of JT Garland with a good run to the outside of Ryder Cantillo. Case and Cook, your top 2. Garland riding in third in the 99. The 14 of Cantillo in fourth. With Faulkner in fifth. The 14B of Megan Ford in the 6th spot. Brian Cook getting good runs at the exit of turn 4, but can't power ahead of the C7 of Case as they cross underneath the stripe. Looks like Cook is ahead down the back straightaway. They're side by side, wheel to wheel for the race lead out of turn number 4. Here comes Cook. Brian Cook, your new race leader in the 100 plus. Vic Case on the outside in the C7. JT Garland, Ryder Cantillo, Dalton Faulkner, still your top 5. Brian Cook now pulling away from the C7 of Vic Case. JT Garland in the 3rd spot. Ryder Cantillo in 4th. 5th is Dalton Faulkner. We got 2 laps to go. White flag coming out this time. 1 to go. Down the back straightaway into 3 and 4 for the final time. Coming to grab the checkers. In heat race number 3, Brian Cook takes the win. Second place is going to be Vic Case. Third place is JT Garland. Fourth, Ryder Cantillo. And rounding out the top 5 is Dalton Faulkner. So your top 3 cars in third from Cleveland, Texas, the 99 of JT Garland. Second place from Jonesboro, Louisiana, the C7 of Vic Case. And taking the win from Florine, the 100 plus of Brian Cook. That was heat race number 3, brought to you by S&S Detailing. Here comes BOM Bank Factory Stocks heat race number 4, presented by Cancun Lewing Lawn Care. And here is your starting lineup. On the pole from Colfax, Louisiana, the J&M Sandblasting Bodies by 88M. Best Engines Outlaw Race Cars, number 88M of Joshua Martin. To the outside of row number 1 from Sulphur, Louisiana, the 30 car is going to be Gary Morgan. Your third starter hails from Fouke, Arkansas, the Pro 1 Transmission WCH Racing Engines, number 25S of Justin Sells. And to the outside from Shreveport, driving the W&W Timber Hitman Designs WCH Racing Engines Dominator Race Cars, number XXX of Sean Graham. Your fifth starter is from Anacoco, Louisiana. From Anacoco, Louisiana, driving the Howard Lewing Construction Powell & Son AMS Racing Engines MRC chassis, number 44 of Toby Earhart. And to his outside, from 10 Mile, Louisiana, the Richards Tire, Southland Dog Supply, R&R Racing Engines, Destroyer Chassis number 10W of Hunter Webb. To the inside of row number 4, from Winona, Texas, the B&P Sprigg and Services Boone Racing Engines, Jax Motorsports Chassis number 1T of Jason Tyner. And from Anacoco, driving the original Sugartown Watermelon Stand, Howard Lewing Construction Best Engines Outlaw Race Cars, number 7L of Dwayne Rains. And your final starter is from Cleveland, Texas, driving the AOK Auto Sales Repipe Pros Brent Bumgardner Engines PRC chassis, number 127B of Olin Holder IV. Green flag waving on heat race number 4. Presented by Cancun Lewing Lawn Care. Sean Graham with a great start on the outside. XXX from Shreveport, the 88M of Joshua Martin from Colfax, Louisiana. And they're side-by-side out of turn number 4. Couple of great battles between these two cars last weekend right here at Sabine and down the road at Boot Hill on Saturday night. Martin and Graham, your top 2, with Sells in third. Fourth is Webb. Fifth is Rains. Jason Tyner, Olin Holder, Toby Earhart, and Gary Morgan. Martin and Graham, your top 2. Sells, Webb, and Tyner, now your top 5. Rains, Holder, Earhart, and Morgan rounding out the field at the moment. We got one hard upside down. Red flag on the Speedway. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a white Dodge pickup truck that is blocking a road down in the parking lot. You're in the way with your white Dodge pickup truck. It's a Texas license plate GJJ2211. GJJ2211, a Texas license plate, a white Dodge pickup truck. Please move your car. Four laps down and 6 to go. Joshua Martin and Sean Graham, Justin Sells, Toby Earhart, Jason Tyner, and Gary Morgan. Sean Graham knocking on the back door of Joshua Martin. 5 laps down and 5 to go. We're halfway home. Justin Sells in the 3rd spot. The 1T of Jason Tyner in 4th. One T of Jason Tyner taking a look to the outside of Sells, but it's a 3-car battle for 3rd now. Earhart on the bottom. Sells riding through the middle with Tyner up on the high side. The 30 of Gary Morgan will pull off the Speedway. And we got 2 laps to go for Joshua Martin.
Thank you, Kristen. I'm sorry for such chaos.
You're fine. We ran out of, we're like down to our last can of cheese, so Carolyn had to go.
White flag in the air. We got 1 lap to go. Martin and Graham. Martin on the high side. Graham trying to look down on the middle. On the bottom. Into 3 and 4 for the final time. Checkered flag waving. They come out of turn 4. Joshua Martin will take the win. Sean Graham comes home 2nd. 3rd place will be Justin Sells. 4th is Jason Tyner, and Toby Earhart will round out the top 5. So in third from Fouke, Arkansas, the 25S of Justin Sells. Second place from Shreveport, the Triple X of Sean Graham. And taking the win from Colfax, Louisiana, the 88M of Joshua Martin. That was heat race number 4, presented by Cancun Lewing Lawn Care. And here comes the BOM Bank Factory Stocks heat race number 5, presented by Cuvion Converter and Recycling.
57C.
On the pole from Kilgore, Texas, the F&F Transmission C-Mark Custom Cabinets 3D Motorsports Hales Racing Chassis, number 13X of Austin Hale. On the outside from Plantersville, Texas, driving the State Energy Inspection Bad Boy Motorsports Racing Engines by CB Outlaw Race Cars, number 50 of Josh Ellender. Your third starter hails from Minden, Louisiana, driving the Finish Line Detailing Pro 1 Transmission CB Raceworks Wild Child Race Cars, number 7C of Chris Burrows. Your fourth starter is from Huffman, Texas, driving the FCA Motorsports Window Pros of Texas All-American Race Engines DAF Chassis, number 41 of Dylan Elasco. Your fifth starter is from Huntington, Texas, driving the Tear It Up Off-Road Thomas Engines, number 7K, that's Josh Fizel. On the outside from Minden, Louisiana, driving the Hunter's Body Shop NWLA Automation PTS Racing Engines Laser Race Cars, number 35S of JT Turner. And to the inside of row number 4 from Colfax, in the original Parker Chairs and Swings, Joel's Auto Sales, Don's Racing Engines Wild Child Race Cars, number 9 of John Parker Jr. And on the outside from Anacoco, Louisiana, in the Isgit Customs J&J Motorsports, number 18, that's William Isgit. The 10 of Matt Ebarb not going to make the call. So we'll go with what we have. Green flag waving on heat race number 5 for the BOM Bank Factory Stocks. Josh Ellender, your race leader in the front. Austin Hale on the bottom and Dylan Elasco on the top as they go wheel to wheel for the second spot. A trio of Texans out front. Josh Ellender, Dylan Elasco, Austin Hale. John Parker Jr. on the inside of Chris Burrows. JT Turner, William Isgit, and Josh Fizel. Elasco, Ellender, and Hale, your top 3. John Parker Jr. looking to the inside of Austin Hale. And problems for the 50 of Ellender. He's off the pace, causing the 13X to slow up right in front of the 9 of Parker, who brought him around. That'll be a caution flag on the Speedway. 4 laps down and 6 to go. The 41 of Elasco, your race leader. The 50 of Josh Ellender being charged with the caution. So he'll go to the tail of the field. The 13X of Austin Hale will be put back to his running order. And John Parker Jr. in the third spot in the 9. Parker to the inside of Hale for the second spot. And the 7C of Burrows in fourth. JT Turner rides in the fifth spot. They're 3 wide for not last. William Isgett down on the bottom. Josh Fizel on the top with Ellender in the middle. Ellender will clear both of them through the middle. Here comes John Parker Jr. to the inside of Elasco. Dylan Elasco, John Parker Jr., Austin Hale, Chris Burrows, and JT Turner, your top 5. Josh Ellender, William Isgett, and Josh Fizel rounding out your field at the moment. 2 laps to go. John Parker Jr. looking strong down on the bottom side of the racetrack. The 41 of Dylan Elasco in the 41. Still your race leader around the high side. White flag coming out this time. Parker going to have one last shot as they roll into turn number 3 on the final lap. Checkered flag coming out this time. And looks like Elasco is going to be too strong. Dylan Elasco takes the win. John Parker Jr. in second. Third is Austin Hale. Fourth, Chris Burrows. And rounding out the top 5 is JT Turner. So your top 3 cars in third from Kilgore, Texas. The 13X of Austin Hale. Second place from Colfax, Louisiana, the 9 of John Parker Jr. And taking the win from Huffman, Texas, the 41 of Dylan Elasco. So that was heat race number 5 for the BOM Bank Factory Stocks presented by Cuvion Converter and Recycling. Here comes heat race number 1 for the Foy Motors Crate Racing USA Late Models presented by Joey Shirley. On the pole from Flatwoods, Louisiana, driving the FTS Supply KC Contracting CBC Welding Rocket XR1 chassis, number 76B of Jerry Basco. On the outside from Manny in the Powell & Son Bodies by Donnie Super S Oils MB Customs by K. Dillard Racing, number 18 of Caleb Dillard. Your third starter is from Anacoco, Louisiana, driving the Powell & Sons Crawfish To Go Bodies by Donnie MB Customs Race Cars, number F9 of Mark Powell. And from Baytown, Texas, the Mirage Construction Copano Pools Ed George Racing Longhorn Chassis, number 1 of Kevin Sitton. Your fifth starter is from Flatwoods, Louisiana, driving the JCL Blackout Power FTS Supply CBC Welding Rocket XR1 chassis, number 68B of Corey Basco. And to the outside from Heflin, Mississippi, behind the wheel of the Pafford Air 1 Morgan Plumbing Main Street Barber Black Diamond chassis, number 39 of Braden Robinson. Your seventh starter is from Shreveport, the Advanced Powder Coating Lucas Oil Sunoco Race Fuels Black Diamond chassis, number 15 of Clayton Stuckey. And on the outside from Keithville, the Cover 6 Outdoors Dennis Berry Tile and Flooring Tim Bates Painting 28 Special chassis, number 24 of Garen Lindsay. Your final starter is from Baytown, Texas, behind the wheel of the First Class Septic Day Motorsports 77 Incorporated Rocket XR1 chassis, the 25 of Little Robbie Starnes. We will go 10 laps in distance. Passing point system is utilized for the Foy Motors Crate Racing USA late models. Heat race number 1 brought to you by Joey Shirley.
24 on the outside and 25 on the inside.
Lights are out. Jerry Basco, Caleb Dillard, Mark Powell, Kevin Sitton, Corey Basco, Braden Robinson, Clayton Stuckey, Garen Lindsay, and Robbie Starnes.
68 mini, 168 is the very back. Very back, he's supposed to be over the front row.
Jerry Basco, your race leader. Caleb Dillard in the second spot. Kevin Sitton, Mark Powell, and Clayton Stuckey, your top 5. Garen Lindsay and Robbie Starnes trying to make it through this tough field here. Starting toward the back of the pack. Basco, Dillard, Sitton. We got some contact there between Powell and Sitton out of turn number 4. They will stay going. Caleb Dillard now challenging for the race lead with the 76B of Jerry Basco. Garen Lindsay and Little Robbie Starnes having a good battle there for the 5th spot. 6th, actually. 5 laps down and 5 to go for Jerry Basco. Here comes Dillard back to the inside, battling for the race lead. Dillard going to have to mash on the brakes out of turn number 4. He'll lose some ground there. Jerry Basco, Caleb Dillard, Kevin Sitton, your top 3 with 2 laps to go. Mark Powell rides in 4th. 5th is Clayton Stuckey, Garen Lindsay, and Little Robbie Starnes still battling. Braden Robinson and Corey Basco rounding out the field. White flag in the air. Corey Basco will pull into the infield in the 68B. His heat race is done. Checkered flag coming out this time. Jerry Basco is going to take the win in 76B. Caleb Dillard second. Third is Kevin Sitton. 4th is Mark Powell. And Clayton Stuckey will round out the top 5. Your top 3 cars in 3rd from Baytown, Texas, the 1 of Kevin Sitton. 2nd place from Manny, the 18 of Caleb Dillard. And taking the win from Flatwoods, Louisiana, the 76B of Jerry Basco. That was heat race number 1 presented by Joey Shirley for the Foy Motors Crate Racing USA late models. Up next will be the Foy Motors Crate Racing USA late model heat race number 2 presented by Delta Tree Service. On the pole from Robeline, Louisiana, driving the Joel's Auto Sales, S&S Fishing and Rental, Nichols Department Stores, Black Diamond Chassis, the 97 of K. Dillard. On the outside from Winfield, Louisiana, in the A Squad, Specialty Services, Pharmacy Services, Crawfish Hole of Natchitoches, Rocket XR1 by Litton, the B89 of Dakota Smith. To the inside of row number 2 from Houghton, Louisiana, in the Antler Shed Deer Stand, Stewart Electric, Young Home Designs, Rocket Chassis, the 7S of Brent Stewart. And from Florine, Louisiana, in the Manny Pit Stop Pit Industries, Masters Built Chassis number 12P of Trent Parker. Your 5th starter hails from Mooringsport, Louisiana, piloting the ESCO Electrical Supply, Victory Sign and Design, Cooks Carpet Cleaning and Flooring, Black Diamond Chassis number 2 of Tim Eves Jr. And to the outside from Ragley, Louisiana, the Unleashed Motorsports PTS Tactical Hunter and Saunier Attorneys at Law, Trackstar Chassis, the 28 of Christopher Shaw. From Midway, Texas, the First Class Septic, Bennings Heating and Air, Turbo Threads, GRT Race Cars, number 91 of Mark Erb. And on the outside From Florine in the Christopher Sylvia Attorney at Law, Villeman Trucks, Barry Wright Race Cars, number 69 of Stacy Villeman. Finally, from Houghton, Louisiana, the Arclitex Shop Builders, Arclitex Garage Doors, A-Mark Metals, Black Diamond Chassis, number 9R of Baron Prince. Green flag waving for heat race number 2, presented by Delta Tree Service. Dakota Smith challenging Cade Dillard for the race lead. Dillard will slide job coming out of turn number 4, and he's got the spot. Brent Stewart and Trent Parker battle for the 3rd spot. Stacy Villeman to the inside of Christopher Shaw. He'll have the 5th spot there and setting his sights on the 7S of Brent Stewart. Here, Shaw comes back around the outside, the 28. Christopher Shaw, side by side with the 69 of Stacy Villeman for the 5th spot. Cade Dillard out front. Dakota Smith in the 2nd spot. Trent Parker rides in 3rd. Dillard, Smith, Parker, Stewart, Shaw, Villeman, Herb, Prince, and Eves is your running order at the moment. Cars beginning to spread out in their respective positions. 2 laps to go for the thriller. White flag coming out this time. 1 lap to go. Checkered flag coming out. Cade Dillard, your race winner. 2nd place will be Dakota Smith. 3rd is Trent Parker. 4th is Brent Stewart. And rounding out the top 5 is Christopher Shaw. So your top 3 cars in that one. In 3rd from Florine, the 12P of Trent Parker. 2nd place from Winfield, the B89 of Dakota Smith. And taking the win from Robeline, it's the 97 of Cade Dillard. Dillard wins heat race number 2, presented by Delta Tree Service for the Foy Motors Crate Racing USA Late Models. Up next for the Foy Motors Crate Racing USA Late Models will be heat race number 3, presented by Storm Services. On the pole from Ragley, Louisiana, in the Unleashed Motorsports PTS Tactical, Hunter and Saunier Attorney at Law, Trackstar Chassis number 38 is Chris Shaw. On the outside from Alexandria, Louisiana, in the Wise Arms LLC First Class Septic Blackout Power Rocket XR1 by Litton, the 6X of Rob Litton. To the inside of row number 2 from El Dorado, Arkansas, the G&G Enterprises, Jimmy's Drive-In Eagle Racing Engines, GRT Race Cars, number 81 of Michael King Jr. And from Houghton, Louisiana, behind the wheel of the Young Home Design Stewart Electric PBK Farms Masters Built Chassis, the 5Y of Robert Young. Your 6th starter is from Ball, Louisiana, driving the Plexus Worldwide, Schaefer's Racing Oil, TWM Racing Products, Rocket XR1 by Litton, number 6D of Rick Duke. And to the outside from Natchitoches, Louisiana, driving the Trimax number 21X is Ryan French. From Florine, Louisiana, the 100 Plus is going to be Brian Cook. And from Eros, Louisiana, the 51 is Tyler Burnett. Rob Litton, your race leader. Chris Shaw in second. Third is Robert Young. And we got a 4-wide battle. For just a moment there, they were 4 wide in 1 and 2. The 38 of Chris Shaw off the pace, though. He will pull off the 38 of Chris Shaw off the pace and off the speedway. Rob Litton and Rick Duke, your teammates, are 1 and 2. Michael King Jr. in third. Fourth is Tyler Burnett. And in fifth is Robert Young. Litton, Duke, and King, your top 3. Burnett in fourth, and fifth is Young. Sixth, Ryan French. Seventh is Brian Cook. We're halfway, 5 down and 5 to go. Still Rob Litton and Rick Duke riding 1-2. Tyler Burnett now moved into the third spot. Michael King Jr. in fourth and Robert Young in fifth. Ryan French and Brian Cook rounding out your field. We're going to have 2 laps to go this time for Rob Litton. White flag in the air, 1 lap to go. Down the back straightaway and into 3 and 4 for the final time. Taking the win in dominating fashion, Rob Litton in the 6X. Second place will be Rick Duke. Third will be Tyler Burnett. Fourth is Michael King Jr. And rounding out the top 5 will be Robert Young. So your top 3 cars in that one. In third from Eros, Louisiana, the 51 of Tyler Burnett. Second place from Ball, Louisiana, the 6D of Rick Duke. And taking the win from Alexandria, the 6X of Rob Litton. Your Foy Motors Crate Racing USA Late Model Heat Race number 3 presented by Storm Services. Up next will be the front-wheel drive 4-cylinder heat race number 1, brought to you by Colby Johnson.
All right, so while the front-wheel drives are out here, one of y'all score front-wheel drives and the others start making your sheets for the B.
On the pole from Manny in the Vines Construction, number 11M, that's Michelle Tedder. And on the outside from Stonewall, it's going to be the F5 of Ben McDuff. Your third starter is from Granbury, Texas, driving the Vandenberg Motorsports number 7S is Stephen Bevels. And to the outside from Stamps, Arkansas, the CGS Farm Stamps Boys Trucking number 1X of Clay Gardner. Your fifth starter is from Stamps, Arkansas, driving the CGS Farm Stamps Boys Trucking Brewer Construction number 169 is Cade Gardner. And scheduled to start in the last spot is the 71K of Brian Geis out of Sibley.
7S, 1X, who we missing?
71K. It's not out there.
Looks like Brian Geis not going to make the call. Oh, there he is. 71K of Brian Geis out of Sibley.
We're only going 8 laps on this one?
6. We're going 6.
We're going to go 6 laps in distance for the front-wheel drive 4-cylinder heat race number 1 presented by Colby Johnson. Michelle Tedder, Ben McDuff, and Stephen Bevels get us rolling. And we've got one stopped at the top of turn number 1. That's the 169 of Cade Gardner. Lights are out. We're going green. 71K of Brian Geis off the Speedway.
71 left.
Get us going in the F5. Stephen Bevel's in the second spot in the 7S. Michelle Tedder in the 11M and Clay Gardner in the 1X. Looks like problems for the 11M of Michelle Tedder. She's off the pace and into the infield. Looks to be a flat right front tire. Ben McDuff, your race leader. Stephen Bevel's in the second spot. Clay Gardner rides in third in the 1X.
Or to the green, whatever they run.
White flag in the air. We got one lap to go. Ben McDuff and Stephen Bevels. Bevels will ride behind through 1 and 2, looking for a run down the back straightaway. Into 3 and 4. He looks to the high side. Bevels around the outside of McDuff. It's going to be side by side coming into the checkers. Ben McDuff will hold on in the F5. Second place will be Stephen Bevels. And taking third is Clay Gardner. So third from Stamps, Arkansas, the 1X of Clay Gardner. Second place from Granbury, Texas, the 7S of Stephen Bevels. Taking the win from Stonewall, Louisiana, the F5 of Ben McDuff. And here's your final heat race of the night. Heat race number 2 for the front wheel drive 4 cylinders, presented by Soggy Bottom Outdoor Power Sports. On the pole from Minden and the JCR Components CB Raceworks finish line detailing number 0, that's Steve McEachern. And on his outside from Benton, the Fast Fix Dent Repair Cajun Craze Adams Auto Body Easy One Racing Engines number 46 of Jackson Gallagher. The 10C is Lauren Cromer out of Texarkana, Arkansas. The 25 is Hunter Armstrong from Blanchard, Louisiana. The 43 is going to be Mark Pitaluga from Anacoco in the Powell & Sons number 43. And the C23 of Colin Jones out of Provençal Arkansas, driving the Jones Septic Hitman Designs LCC trucking entry. McEachern and Gallagher side by side for the race lead. Gallagher has it around the outside. Hunter Armstrong in third in the 25. Armstrong rides around the outside of Steve. Spot. Gallagher, Armstrong, and McEachern, your top three. Two laps to go. Now there's a white flag in the air for Jackson Gallagher, the 46. Hunter Armstrong in second, Steve McEachern third. Down the back straightaway into 3 and 4 for the final time. Coming to grab the checkered flag, Jackson Gallagher takes the win. Hunter Armstrong in second. Third is Steve McEachern. Fourth place will be Mark Pitaluga. And rounding out the top 5 is Colin Jones. Your top 3 and third from Minden, Louisiana, the 0 of Steve McEachern. Second place from Blanchard, Louisiana, the 25 of Hunter Armstrong. And taking the win from Benton, Louisiana, the 46 of Jackson Gallagher. And now we will have a brief intermission before the B mains and feature races coming up later tonight. Mic check 1, 2. Here is your American Championship Series Limited Modified B feature number 1, presented by Skinny Concrete. On the pole from Texarkana, Texas, driving the best engines, IRP race cars, number 36J, that's Austin Storm. And on the outside from Marksville, Louisiana, driving the Sugarland Garden Soil and Materials, River Runs Dirt Service, Peachtree Race Engines, Express Race Cars, number K1 of Stephen Guidry. Your third starter is from Forest Hill, driving the Timothy Lawrence Body Shop, Elliott Incorporated, Dino Jones, Don Cylinder Head Service, number 466, it's Charlie Jones. And your fourth starter is from Lufkin, Texas, the A&B Body Shop, WFO Recycling, Advanced Performance Engines, IRP Race Cars, number 1T of Richard Tubbs. Your fifth starter is from Breaux Bridge, Louisiana, driving the Cajun Pools and Spas, Yabos, R&R Racing Engines, Express Race Cars, number 77M of Brandon Miller. And to the outside from Pitkin, Louisiana, driving the 07R, that's Chad Rollins. Your seventh starter is from Lumberton, Texas, the Arendelle Truck Repair Trackside Motorsports, MB Motorsports, IRP Race Cars, number 75-1 is Marcus Black. And to the outside from Alexandria, in the Joel's Auto Sales, Jerome C. Hopewell, Alexandria City Marshal, Advanced Performance Engines, Big Chief Chassis, number 78 of Braylon Dusang. From Ville Platte, the T11 is Tiffany Rollins, starting 9th, and starting 10th from Natchitoches, and the Allen Crawfish, Mikey's Welding, Advanced Performance Engines, Express Race Cars, number 3D of David Edwards. Your final row of starters to the inside from Elizabeth in the Joel's Auto Sales, Brighton Bridge Hospice, Fontenot Trucking, Western Flyer Race Cars, number E8 is Ethan Bales. And your final starter is from Frierson, Louisiana, driving the 4G Contractors 5-Star Tire IRP Chassis, the 19 of Drennan Keene. We're going 12 laps in distance. The top 5 cars advance to tonight's 1,250 to win feature race for the American Championship Series Limited Modifieds. This is B feature number 1, presented by Skinny Concrete. Austin Storm and Stephen Guidry get us going. And looks like we got a caution on the Speedway. The 07R of Chad Rollins pulling off the Speedway. Looks like he will not take part in this B feature. So the green flag flies. Stephen Guidry on the outside of Austin Storm for the race lead. Remember, we got 5 cars advancing to tonight's A feature. Stephen Guidry, Austin Storm, Richard Tubbs, Brandon Miller, and Charlie Jones in the 5th and final transfer spot. Austin Storm looking back to the inside of the K1 of Guidry. 466 of Charlie Jones still in the 5th and final transfer spot. Marcus Black trying to battle there. And Ethan Bales is right there as well in the E8. Guidry and Storm pulling away from the rest of the field. Lap traffic will become a factor if we stay green. 3 wide. 3-car battle for the 5th and final transfer spot. Ethan Bales now to the inside after overtaking Marcus Black's position. And at the line, the E8 of Bales now moves into 5th. Bales, Jones, and Black Still battling. Bales had the spot last time around. It's still Guidry and Storm out front. Tubbs in third. Fourth is Miller, and in fifth is Bales. Charlie Jones, one spot out looking in. Marcus Black in the seventh spot. Eighth is Braylon Dusang, and ninth is Drennan Keene. Stephen Guidry looking good in the K1 car. The Sugarland Garden Soil and Materials entry from Marksville. The 19 of Drennan Keene pulling off the Speedway now. His night is done. Two laps to go for the K1 of Guidry. Ethan Bales in the fifth and final transfer spot with the white flag in the air. He's got about a half straightaway advantage over Charlie Jones. Marcus Black now off the pace in the 75-1. He's going to pull off the Speedway. 75-1 of Marcus Black now off of the track, and his night is done as well. Checkered flag coming out this time. The K1 of Stephen Guidry will take the win. He'll start 11th in the feature race. Austin Storm will come home second. Third is Richard Tubbs. Fourth is Brandon Miller. And taking the fifth and final transfer spot is Ethan Bales. So your five advancing cars in that one. In fifth from Elizabeth, Louisiana, the E8 of Ethan Bales. And fourth from Breaux Bridge, Louisiana, the 77M of Brandon Miller. Third place from Lufkin, Texas, the 1T of Richard Tubbs. Second place from Texarkana, Texas, the 36J of Austin Storm. And taking the win from Marksville, Louisiana, the K1 of Stephen Guidry. So that was your B feature number one, presented by Skinny Concrete. And here comes the American Championship Series Limited Modified B feature number two, brought to you by Brian Cook Trucks. On the pole from Jonesboro, Louisiana, in the Woodrow Lowe Trucking, Mark Kinley Plumbing, Paul Leedy Race Engines, Western Flyer Race Cars, number B99 of Ben Leedy. On the outside from Ranger, Texas, the 830 Elevated Wine Tours, Ranger Gas Gathering, ASI Racing Engines, Express Race Cars, number 2B of Bryce Beard. To the inside of row number two from Bradley, Arkansas, driving the Morgan Saw Dominator Race Cars, number 7 of Chad Morgan. And to the outside from Fredericksburg, Texas, the 830 Elevated Wine Tours, Aftershock Mobile Detail, McCabe Race Engines, Ramirez Race Cars, number 1B of Braden Beard. Your fifth starter is from Leesville, driving the WCB Enterprises, Integra Shocks, PTS Race Engines, IRP Race Cars, number 12-4 of Wesley Bodie. And on the outside from Mansfield, driving the DeSoto Iron and Metal Vato Chassis, number 7 of Cody Robbins. Starting seventh from Calhoun in the TJ Bond Land Services Bayou Dental Group Homebrew Horsepower IRP Race Cars, number 12 of TJ Bond. And to the outside from Bossier City in the Abadix CWS Racing PTS Race Engines IRP Race Cars, number 23 of Cody Tupper. In ninth from Hornbeck, Louisiana, driving the Rocks Creek Bottom Katie Beard Attorney at Law AMS Race Engines Western Flyer Race Cars, number 88 of Joey Shirley. And to the outside from Texarkana, Texas, behind the wheel of the Herald's Transmission Hadaway Collision Best Engines Western Flyer Race Cars, number 36 of Colby Mewborn. Your final row of starters to the inside from Sibley in the Williams Flooring and Construction Blacks Metals Myers Automotive Wicked Race Cars, number 47 CC is Connor Williams. And your final starter hails from Leesville, Louisiana, piloting the Backwoods Taxidermy Spray Tans Boutique Benz Automotive, John 316, it's Connor Soche. We're going 12 laps in distance. The top 5 cars advance to tonight's $1,250 to win a feature for the American Championship Series Limited Modifieds. Here's B feature number 2, brought to you by Brian Cook Trucks.
That's what I did last weekend, but I would have forgot because of the bees.
Ben Leedy, Bryce Beard, Chad Morgan, Braden Beard, Wesley Bodie, Cody Robbins, TJ Bond, Cody Tupper, Joey Shirley, Colby Mewborn, Connor Williams, and Connor Soche. We're looking for 5 cars to go to the feature race. Ben Leedy, Bryce Beard, your top 2. Chad Morgan in the 3rd spot. 4th is Wesley Bodie. It's a good side-by-side battle. 3 wide now for the transfer spot. Braden Beard has it out of turn number 4 in the 1B. Ben Leedy leaving the rest of the field. Bryce Beard in second in the 2B, excuse me. Wesley Bodie, Chad Morgan. And out of turn number 4, Braden Beard holds on to the 5th and final transfer spot, but TJ Bond and Colby Mewborn right there. And contact there as the 1B of Braden Beard spins. The 36 of Colby Mewborn got into the back of him. That'll bring out the first caution of this B feature. Three laps complete and 9 laps to go. We're looking for 5 cars. TJ Bond in the 12 is in the 5th and final transfer spot. Ben Leedy, your race leader. Bryce Beard in the 2nd spot.
Even with the bad wreck on your wall, it's like, get up and go. And it's just,
I'm mesmerized by everything that's happening.
The lights go dark. We're going green this time. 9 laps to go. Green flag.
I had to leave my old beer with
3-car battle for the 2nd spot. Throw Wesley Bodie in there as well on the high side, and we got some cars slowed. It's the 12 of, and we got one sideways. Mewborn in the 4th spot. That's going to be a caution flag. Lights are out. Ben Leedy, your race leader. Bryce Beard in second. TJ Bond in third. Green flag. We got 3 laps down and 9 to go still. And it's a 3-car battle for third through fifth. Bryce Beard losing some ground there. Connor Williams to the inside in the 47cc. Leedy, your race leader. Bond in second. Third is Tupper. Fourth is Robbins. And in fifth, the 47cc of Connor Williams. Williams now with a good run on Robbins into the fourth spot, Ben Leedy, TJ Bond, and Cody Tupper, your top 3. Connor Williams, Cody Robbins, Bryce Beard, Braden Beard, Chad Morgan, and Connor Soche. Halfway home, 6 laps down and 6 to go. Problems again for the 7 of Chad Morgan. He's into the infield. His night will be done. Ben Leedy, TJ Bond, Cody Tupper, Connor Williams, and Cody Robbins in the 5th and final transfer spot. 2 laps to go this time. White flag in the air. Ben Leedy has 1 lap to go before claiming his outside 6th row starting spot in the feature race. Out of turn 2 and down the back straightaway. He's been strong throughout the whole race here in the B feature number 2. Checkered flag waving. Ben Leedy will start 12th in tonight's feature race. TJ Bond comes home 2nd. 3rd is Cody Tupper. 4th is Connor Williams. And grabbing the 5th and final transfer spot, the 7 of Cody Robbins. So your advancing cars in 5th from Mansfield, the 7 of Cody Robbins. In 4th from Sibley, the 47cc of Connor Williams. 3rd place from Bossier City, the 23 of Cody Tupper. 2nd from Calhoun, the 12 of TJ Bond. And taking the win from Jonesboro, the B99 of Ben Leedy. Up next is the BOM Bank Factory Stocks Heat Race, B Main, number 1, presented by All American Racing Engines.
20. Can't see it. 25, 51, 99.
On the pole out of Cleveland, Texas is the 99 of JT Garland. And to the outside from Winona, Texas, and the BMP Sprigg and Services Boone Racing Engines Jax Motorsports Chassis, the 1T of Jason Tyner. Your 3rd starter is from Falk, Arkansas, driving the Pro 1 transmission Tyler Green Trucking. Number 25 is Gary Harvin. And on the outside from Mineral Springs, Arkansas, the Team Smallwood Remax Club 20 Suspension Best Engines Outlaw Race Cars, number 20 of Neil Kemp. Your 5th starter is from Provençal, Louisiana. He drives the Mizell Transmissions Edwards Race Engines Edwards Race Cars, number 51 of Brandon Edwards. And on the outside from Minden, Louisiana, Behind the wheel of the Finish Line Detailing Pro 1 Transmission CB Raceworks Wild Child Race Cars, number 7C of Chris Burrows.
23B is here.
Starting 7th out of Minden, the Hunter's Body Shop NWLA Automation PTS Racing Engines Laser Race Cars, number 35S of JT Turner. And to the outside from Anacoco in the Howard Lewing Construction Powell & Son AMS Racing Engines MRC Chassis, number 44 of Toby Earhart. Your 9th starter is from Plantersville, Texas. Aboard the State Energy Inspection Bad Boy Motorsports Racing Engines by CB Outlaw Race Cars, number 50 of Josh Ellender. And to his outside from Pitkin, Louisiana, behind the wheel of the Benz Auto Restoration Richard's Tire Wild Child Chassis, number 3J,
44 is here. Where's 44?
is Levi Heflin. Starting 11th out of Robeline, Louisiana, in the Cane River Water Slide Stewart Industrial 3D Motorsports, number 77 of Tyler Dubois. And from Lake Charles in the Incredible Edibles Snowballs Dutrails Plumbing Hubco Metal Fabrication F1 Racing Engines, number 5M of Michael Harlow. Starting 13th from Minden, Louisiana, in the Automotive Solutions CB Raceworks Chad's Auto and Exhaust Outlaw Race Cars, number 65 of Michael Turner. And in 14th from Leesville, behind the wheel of the Tiger Electric Benz Auto Restoration Doug Rochon Trucking Brandon Rochon Chassis, number 23B of Blake Griffin. From West Monroe, Louisiana, driving the Bent's Construction Crawfish City J. Dickens Race Engines Wild Child Chassis, number L88 of Logan Gordon. And to the outside, from Hardin, Texas, the Curtis & Sons Breezy Speed Specialities PTS Race Engines Holy Moly Chassis, the 444X of Lakin Hudnall. From Gladewater, Texas, behind the wheel of the Mobag Suspension Technology CNS Leasing Services Boone Engines PRC Chassis by 1 star, the 1 star of Cameron Furr. And on the outside from Anacoco, Louisiana, in the original Sugartown Watermelon Stand Howard Lewing Construction Best Engines Outlaw Race Cars, number 7L of Dwayne Rains. Your final starter is from Bossier City, Louisiana, driving the Amsoil Buddy Lee Racing Mikey's One Stop Shop, number 10 of Matt Ebarb. We're going 12 laps in distance. Top 5 cars advance to tonight's A feature.
Transfer to the A feature. Good luck.
Lights are out. We're going green. 5 cars will go to tonight's 1,250 to win A feature. Green flag. JT Garland and Jason Tyner will get us rolling. Gary Harvin and Neil Kemp there as well. Brandon Edwards and Chris Burrows is your top 6. JT Turner to the inside of Burrows. Those teammates go side by side for the 6th spot, and they're 3 wide for 3rd through 5th. Down on the bottom is Brandon Edwards. Gary Harvin in the middle. Neil Kemp on the outside. Neil Kemp in the 3rd spot as they cross the line in the 20 car. The 51 of Brandon Edwards in 4th. 5th is the 25 of Gary Harvin. The 99 of JT Garland looking strong out front. JT Garland, Jason Tyner, Neil Kemp, Brandon Edwards, and Gary Harvin, your top 5. Chris Burrows trying to challenge the 25 of Harbin for the 5th and final transfer spot. Looks like problems for the 23B of Blake Griffin. He'll pull into the infield. Garland, Tyner, and Kemp, your top 3. Edwards and Harvin rounding out the top 5. Chris Burrows and JT Turner trying to gain ground on the 25 of Harvin. It's a good battle for 6th through 9th. But if they can't catch up to the 25 of Harvard, none of them will be in the show tonight. Garland, Tyner, Kemp, Edwards, and Harvin still your top 5. Lap traffic now a factor right in front of your race leader, but the white flag is out. We got 1 lap to go. JT Garland trying to etch his name onto the starting lineup for the feature race. He'll roll off a 2 and down the back straightaway. And we got a caution flag on the Speedway. 35S of JT Turner stopped at the high side of 3 and 4. The lights are out. It'll be a green-white checker to the finish. Keep your eyes on the 5th spot. It's the final transfer. Stair-step formation for 2nd through 4th off of 2. Gary Harvin holding that coveted 5th and final transfer spot. Here comes Cameron Furr to the outside. Tyler Dubois looking down at the bottom. White flag in the air. Cameron Furr looks like he's making some contact with the 25 of Harvin. They'll roll into turn number 3. Tyner to the bottom of the 99 of Garland, but JT Garland will start 11th in the feature race. Jason Tyner 2nd, 3rd is Neil Kemp, 4th is the 51 of Brandon Edwards, and taking the 5th and final transfer spot, the 25 of Gary Harvin. So your top 5 cars: in 5th from Falk, Arkansas, the 25 of Gary Harvin. 4th place from Provençal, the 51 of Brandon Edwards. 3rd place from Mineral Springs, Arkansas, the 20 of Neil Kemp. 2nd place from Winona, Texas, the 1T of Jason Tyner. And taking the win from Cleveland, Texas, the 99 of JT Garland. So that was your BOM Bank Factory Stock B feature number 1, presented by All-American Racing Engines. Up next will be your BOM Bank Factory Stock B feature number 2, presented by Waste Connections. On the pole from Jonesboro, Louisiana, driving the TJ Bond Land Services Homebrew Horsepower Battle Wagon Race Cars, number C7 is Vic Case. And on the outside from Kilgore, Texas, driving the F&F Transmission Seamar Custom Cabinets 3D Motorsports Hales Racing Chassis, number 13X of Austin Hale. Your 3rd starter is from Falk, Arkansas, driving the Warts 4-wheel drive Pro 1 transmission, number 25S of Gary Harvin. Justin Sells driving the 25S. Justin Sells in 25S. And on the outside from Manny, driving the Smell Smoke Racing Fredo Car Care Greer Motorsports, number 004 is Todd Fredo. Your 5th starter hails from St. Amand, Louisiana, in the Warshocks by CDR, Bodies by Donnie, Best Engines, Wild Child Race Cars, number 14 of Ryder Cantillo. And to his outside from Manny, behind the wheel of the Mizell Transportation Club 20 Suspension Shipley Motorsports Engines Outlaw Race Cars, number 32 of Jason Ford. Starting 7th from Cut and Shoot, Texas, in the DAF chassis, number 27, that's Dalton Faulkner. And on the outside from Pitkin, Louisiana, the Hair by Whitney Soderberg L&M Ranch GEH Enterprises Crude Off Race Cars, number 14B of Megan Ford. Starting 9th from Liberty, Texas, the Curtis & Son Breezy Speed Specialities PTS Race Engines Laser Race Cars, number 444, it's Travis Hudnall. And to the outside from Houghton, Louisiana, in the Mac Tools A-Mark Mills Motors Crude Off Race Cars, number D27 of Devin Crudoff. Starting 11th from Anacoco, the Isgit Customs J&J Motorsports, number 18 of William Isgit. And to the outside from Florine, driving the Barber Racing Brian Cook Trucks Joey Shirley Motorsports, number M13 of Robert Barber. Starting 13th out of Huntington, Texas, in the Tear It Up Off-Road Thomas Engines, number 7K, that's Josh Fazell. And 14th from Florine, the Fredo Car Care Jones Septic Fredo's ATV Outlaw Race Cars, number 13 of Colby Johnson. To the inside of row number 8 from Livingston, Texas, in the Poor Boys Racing PBR Chassis Jeff's Auto Performance Crib Race Cars, number 22 is Thomas McNeil. And to the outside, the 30 car is Gary Morgan. He is from Sulphur, Louisiana. Hunter Webb and Olin Holder, the 4th, will get us going. Green flag. We're going 12 laps in distance. Top 5 advance to the A feature. Vic Case out front. Austin Hale in the 2nd spot. It's 3 wide as they come off at turn number 4. And we got a couple cars spinning at the top and in the infield. But we'll keep it rolling for the moment. 22 of Thomas McNeil now at the back of the pack. The 18 of William Isgett looking like he's having some problems there. He'll pull into the infield and call it a night. Vic Case, Austin Hale, Todd Fradu, Jason Ford, and Justin Sells in the fifth and final transfer spot at the moment. But here comes Ryder Quintillo to the inside, and Dalton Faulkner right there as well. Austin Hale, Todd Fradu, and Jason Ford with a good three-car battle there for second through fourth. Justin Sells in fifth, the final transfer spot, but here comes Dalton Faulkner. He's one spot out looking in. And we got one sideways. He'll collect a couple. The D27 of Devin Krudoff involved. Looks like the 13 of Colby Johnson and the 7K of Josh Fazell also involved. 4 laps complete and 8 laps to go. Lights are out. We're going green. C7 of Vic Case, your race leader. Jason Ford in second. Todd Fredu and Austin Hale side by side for third. Fredu's going to have the spot out of turn 4. Here comes Dalton Faulkner into fourth, and Austin Hale now on the bubble. Austin Hale, your bubble spot with the transfer. The 127B of Olan Holder in sixth. One spot out looking in. And we got a caution flag on the Speedway, the 7K of Josh Fizel. Five laps down and 7 to go. The C7 of Vic Case is your race leader. Green flag. Austin Hale in the 5th and final transfer spot. Olan Holder the 4th, and Ryder Cantillo. Now they're 3 wide for the 5th and final transfer spot. Ryder Cantillo has the spot rolling out of turn number 4. Cantillo, Hale, and Holder. Megan Ford not too far out of it in the 14B. Justin Sells in the 25S. The 004 of Todd Fredu. Now having some contention with the 14 of Ryder Cantillo. Cantillo trying to move Fredu into the 5th and final transfer spot, and looks like he did at the line. Still a battle, though. Vic Case, Jason Ford, and Dalton Faulkner out front. Ryder Cantillo in 4th, and Todd Fredu in 5th. Olan Holder the 4th is right there in the 127B. Holder now has the 5th spot as they cross underneath the stripe. Todd Fredu relegated outside of a transfer spot. 2 laps to go this time for Vic Case. And the 004 of Fredu now has some problems. He'll pull into the infield, and his night will be done. So now Olan Holder the 4th has about a half straightaway advantage over the next car. White flag in the air, 1 lap to go. Down the back straightaway and into 3 and 4 for the final time. Coming to grab the checkered flag, it's the C7 of Vic Case. He'll start 12th in tonight's feature race. Jason Ford 2nd, 3rd is Dalton Faulkner, 4th is Ryder Cantillo, and Olan Holder the 4th will have the 5th spot. So your advancing cars in 5th from Cleveland, Texas, the 127B of Olin Holder, the 4th. 4th place from St. Amand, Louisiana, the 14 of Ryder Quintillo. 3rd from Cut and Shoot, Texas, the 27 of Dalton Faulkner. Taking the 2nd spot from Manny, the 32 of Jason Ford. And taking the win from Jonesboro, Louisiana, the C7 of Vic Case.
Okay, thank you.
Boy Motors Crate Racing USA B feature presented by Double Concrete Incorporated.
You're right. You're right. But that doesn't happen very often.
On the pole from Florine, Louisiana, driving the Christopher Sylvia Attorney at Law, Villeman Trucks, Barry Wright Race Cars. Number 69 is Stacy Villeman. And on the outside from Natchitoches, Louisiana, in the Trimax, number 21X is Ryan French. Your third starter is from Baytown, Texas, driving the first class Septic Day Motorsports 77 Incorporated Rocket XR1 chassis, number 25 of Robbie Starnes. And to the outside from Midway, Texas, in the first class Septic Bennings Heating and Air Turbo Threads GRT Race Cars, number 91 of Mark Erb. Your fifth starter from Florine, driving the David Cook Trucks Warshocks by CDR, MB Customs by K. Dillard Racing, number 100 of Brian Cook. And to the outside from Houghton, Louisiana, in the Arclitex Shop Builders, Arclitex Garage Doors, A-Mark Metals Black Diamond Chassis, number 9R of Baron Prince. Starting seventh from Heflin, Mississippi. Behind the wheel of the Pafford Air 1 Morgan Plumbing Main Street Barber Black Diamond Chassis, number 39 of Braden Robinson. And from Mooringsport, Louisiana, piloting the ESCO Electrical Supply Victory Sign and Design, Cook's Carpet Cleaning and Flooring Black Diamond Chassis, number 2 of Tim Eves Jr. And your final row of starters to the inside, out of Ragley, Louisiana, the Unleashed Motorsports PTS Tactical Hunter and Saunier Attorney at Law Track Start Chassis, number 38 of Chris Shaw. And your final starter from Flatwoods, Louisiana, driving the JCL Blackout Power FTS Supply is CBC Welding Rocket XR1 Chassis, number 68B of Corey Basco. We're going 12 laps in distance. Top 4 cars advance to tonight's A feature. This is your Foy Motors Crate Racing USA late model B main, brought to you by Double Concrete Incorporated. Stacy Villeman, Ryan French, Little Robbie Starnes, Mark Erb, Brian Cook, Barron Prince, Braden Robinson, Tim Eves Jr., Chris Shaw, and Corey Basco. Green flag in the air. We are racing. Mark Erb and Barron Prince side by side nearly for the 4th and final transfer spot. Lap number 1 will go to Stacy Villeman. Second is Ryan French. Little Robbie Starnes in third. And Mark Erb by half a nose in the 4th and final transfer spot as they cross underneath the flag stand. Barron Prince rides in the 5th spot. He's 1 spot out looking in. Braden Robinson, your only Mississippi car in the field tonight. The 39, he's 2 spots out. Villeman, Starnes, French, and Erb, your top 4. Erb will now get around the inside of the 21X of Ryan French. And Barron Prince looks to track down the 21X as well for the 4th and final transfer spot. Problems for the 2 of Tim Eves Jr. getting a little bit sideways at the entrance to turn number 3. And Ryan French with a bobble in 1 and 2. He'll collect the 9R of Barron Prince. And that will bring out the caution flag. Lights are out. Braden Robinson will now be the benefactor. He's in the 4th and final transfer spot in the 39. Ty Villeman, your race leader. Little Robbie Starnes choosing the inside. Mark Erb in 3rd. Braden Robinson 4th. Brian Cook in 5th. Chris Shaw in the 38. He's in 6th. Ryan French, Tim Eves Jr., Corey Basco. And 21X of Ryan French pulling to the infield. Stacy Villeman, still your race leader in the 69. Little Robbie Starnes and Mark Erb, your top 3. We are halfway home. 6 laps down and 6 to go. Cars beginning to distance themselves away from one another. We're taking 4 cars to the feature race. It's Stacy Villeman, Little Robbie Starnes, Mark Erb, and Braden Robinson, your top 4. Tim Eves Jr. 1 spot out in the 2 car, and there's 2 laps to go. White flag coming out this time for the 69 of Villeman. Down the back straightaway and into turn number 3. Coming to grab the checkered flag. He's going to win the Double Concrete Incorporated B feature, Stacy Villeman. Second place is Little Robbie Starnes. Third is Mark Erb. Fourth in the final transfer spot will be Braden Robinson. Tim Eves Jr. rounding out the top 5. So you're advancing cars in that one. In fourth from Heflin, Mississippi, the 39 of Braden Robinson. Third place from Midway, Texas, the 91 of Mark Erb. Second place from Baytown, Texas, the 25 of Little Robbie Starnes. And taking the win from Florine, the 69 of Stacy Villeman. Here is the Powell & Sons front-wheel drive 4-cylinder feature presented by Caleb Burkett Pressure Washing. On the pole from Stonewall, Louisiana, the F5 is going to be Ben McDuff. And on the outside from Benton, Louisiana, in the Fast Fix Dent Repair Cajun Craze, Adams Auto Body Easy One Racing Engines, number 46 of Jackson Gallagher. Your third starter is from Granbury, Texas, driving the Vandenberg Motorsports 7S of Stephen Bevels. And to the outside from Blanchard, Louisiana, in the Amsoil DuPont Auto Service TJ's Trucking, number 25 of Hunter Armstrong. Starting fifth from Stamps, Arkansas, the CGS Farm Stamps Boys Trucking, number 1X of Clay Gardner. And from Minden in the JCR Components CB Race Works, Finish Line Detailing, number 0 of Steve McEachern. Starting seventh from Manny and the Vines Construction, number 11M, that's Michelle Tedder. And from Anacoco, starting eighth in the Powell & Son, number 43, that's Mark Pitaluga. Starting ninth in the Brian Geis Painting, number 71K from Sibley, Louisiana, that's Brian Geis. And to the outside from Provençal, the Jones Septic Hitman Designs LCC Trucking, number C23 of Colin Jones. Your final row of starters to the inside from Stamps, Arkansas, and the CGS Farms Stamps Boys Trucking Brewer Construction, number 169 is Cade Gardner. And to the outside from Texarkana, Arkansas, the 10C of Lauren Cromer. We're going 12 laps in distance for the Powell & Son 4-cylinder feature, presented by Caleb Burkett Pressure Washing. And right off the bat, the 46 of Jackson Gallagher takes the race lead. The 25 of Hunter Armstrong right there in the second spot. Stephen Bevels, Ben McDuff, and Steve McEachern, your top 5. Jackson Gallagher, Hunter Armstrong, Stephen Bevels, Steve McEachern, and Ben McDuff.
11,
Mark Pitaluga, Clay Gardner, Michelle Tedder, Colin Jones, and Lauren Cromer.
oh, I said FS.
I know, it's okay. I know what you're talking about. We got it.
I do the same thing.
Some of that stuff's hard to see.
All of it's already.
Now I understand why you asked when they signed in, is it visible where we can see it?
Yeah, and then big
The
numbers.
10C of Lauren Cromer will now pull off. Here comes Hunter Armstrong to the inside, battling for the race lead with Jackson Gallagher. And contact made there as they enter turn number 1. A 25 of Armstrong gets into the quarter panel of the 46 of Gallagher. They're side by side for the race lead. Out of turn number 4, Armstrong takes the race lead.
0, FS, 43, 1, 11, 11.
Hunter Armstrong, Jackson Gallagher, and Stephen Bevels, your top 3. Steve McEachern and Ben McDuff rounding out the top 5. Lap traffic may soon become a factor. Colin Jones, the slower car right in front of your race leader, Hunter Armstrong, with Jackson Gallagher and Stephen Bevels in second and third.
45, 46, 0.
Armstrong will now look to the inside of Colin Jones out of turn number 2. He'll pull ahead into turn number 3. There's one lap car in between first and second. 46 of Jackson Gallagher goes way high, opening the door for the 7S of Stephen Bevels, but the slower car of Jones right there in the way. Bevels now looks for a run down the back straightaway. Hunter Armstrong out front in the 25 machine.
25, 26, 7, 23, 0.
Another slower car right in front of Hunter Armstrong, the 11M of Michelle Tedder. And there will be 2 laps to go this time. 2 laps to go for your race leader, Hunter Armstrong. He's pulling away from the 46 of Gallagher. White flag in the air. There's 1 lap to go for the Powell & Son front-wheel drive 4 cylinders presented by Caleb Burkett Pressure Washing. Out of turn number 2 and down the back straightaway. Into 3 and 4 for the final time. Coming around to grab his first career win, the 25 of Hunter Armstrong wins at Sabine. Jackson Gallagher will come home second. Third place is Stephen Bevels. Fourth will be Steve McEachern. And rounding out the top 5 is Ben McDuff. Make some noise for your winner, Hunter Armstrong, in the 25. Well, Hunter, that was a great run, man, for your first career win. And to do it in front of a crowd like this has got to feel awesome, right?
Yeah, it feels really good.
All right, man. Well, let's hear about that race for you, man. You started, I think you started in row number 2. Started fourth. In row number 2, you shot out of a cannon on the start, and, man, there was really no turning back. You just drove away from them.
Yes. Yeah, it was fun.
All right, let's hear about everybody who helped you out on the car.
I want to give a thanks to DuPont Auto Service, Outlaws Transmissions, Kevin and Karen Johnson, and the AMSOIL, and my mom and dad for letting me race and everything, my grandparents and everybody else who comes to support me.
All right, man, how old are you?
15.
15 years old, his first career win, the 25 of Hunter Armstrong. Attention in the pits. Foy Motors crate late models, please head to staging lane. Crate late models to staging lane. Folks, I just received word that the northbound lane of I-49 at mile marker 172 near the Highway 84 exit will be shut down for some time due to an incident. If you are traveling that area, please make plans to detour. Again, there's a road closure in the northbound lane of I-49 mile marker 172 near the Highway 84 exit. Our next race will be the Foy Motors Crate Racing USA Late Models presented by S&S Fishing and Rental. Here is your feature lineup. On the pole from Alexandria, Louisiana, driving the Wise Arms LLC First Class Septic Blackout Power Rocket XR1 by Litton, number 6X of Rob Litton. And to the outside from Ball, Louisiana, in the Plexus Worldwide Schaefer's Racing Oil TWM Racing Products Rocket XR1 by Litton, number 60 of Rick Duke. Your third starter is from Flatwoods, Louisiana, driving the FTS Supply, KC Contracting, CBC Welding Rocket XR1 chassis, the 76B of Jerry Basco. Into the outside from Robeline, Louisiana, in the Joel's Auto Sales, S&S Fishing and Rental Nichols Department Stores Black Diamond Chassis, number 97 of Cade Dillard. Starting 5th out of Eros, Louisiana, in the Bobby's Body Shop Borders Heart, Lung, and Vascular Clinic, Cartown Fast Graphics, number 51 of Tyler Burnett. And starting 6th from Manny, Louisiana, in the Powell & Sons Bodies by Donnie Super S Oils, MB Customs by Cade Dillard Racing, number 18 of Caleb Dillard. Starting 7th out of Winfield in the A Squad Specialty Services, Pharmacy Services, Crawfish, Whole of Natchitoches, Rocket XR1 by Litton, number B89 of Dakota Smith. And to the outside from Baytown, Texas, in the Mirage Construction, Copano Pools, Ed George Racing, Longhorn Chassis, number 1 of Kevin Sitton. Starting 9th from Florine in the Manny Pit Stop Pit Industries Masters Built Chassis, number 12P, that's Trent Parker. And to the outside from Anacoco, the Powell & Sons Crawfish To Go Bodies by Donnie, MB Customs Race Cars, number F9 of Mark Powell. Your 11th starter is from Houghton, Louisiana, in the Antler Shed, Deer Stand, Stewart Electric, Young Home Designs, Rocket Chassis, the 7S of Brent Stewart. And starting 12th from El Dorado, Arkansas, aboard the G&G Enterprises, Jimmy's Drive-In, Eagle Racing Engines, GRT Race Cars, number 81, Michael King Jr. Your 13th starter from Shreveport in the Advanced Powder Coating Lucas Oil, Sunoco Race Fuels, Black Diamond Chassis, number 15 of Clayton Stuckey. And starting 14th from Ragley, Louisiana, in the Unleashed Motorsports PTS Tactical Hunter and Saunier Attorneys at Law Trackstar Chassis, the 28 of Christopher Shaw. Starting 15th from Houghton, Louisiana, in the Young Home Design, Stewart Electric, PBK Farms, Masters Built Chassis, the 5Y of Robert Young. And starting 16th from Keithville, Louisiana, in the Cover 6 Outdoors, Dennis Berry Tile and Flooring, Tim Bates Painting, 28 Special Chassis, the 24 of Garen Lindsay. Starting 17th out of Florine, Louisiana, the Christopher Sylvia Attorney at Law, Villeman Trucks, Barry Wright Race Cars, number 69 of Stacy Villeman. And starting 18th from Baytown, Texas, in the First Class Septic, Day Motorsports 77 Incorporated, Rocket XR1 Chassis, number 25 of Robbie Starnes. Your final row of starters to the inside from Midway, Texas, the First Class Septic, Bennings Heating and Air, Turbo Threads, GRT Race Cars, number 91 of Mark Erb. And your final starter is from Heflin, Mississippi, in the Pafford Air 1 Morgan Plumbing Main Street Barber Black Diamond Chassis, number 39 of Braden Robinson. Lights are out. We're going green. Rob Litton and Rick Duke will lead us to the green flag, and they'll lead us down the back straightaway. Litton, your race leader. Duke in second. Dillard comes into third as he passes Basco. Basco in the fourth spot. Caleb Dillard in the fifth spot. Tyler Burnett, Dakota Smith, Brent Stewart, Mark Powell, and Clay Stuckey. The 12P of Trent Parker off the pace. And we got a caution for the 5Y of Robert Young. 1 lap complete and 19 laps to go. We will go green coming out of turn number 4.
Okay, you started to pin all those.
Rob Litton, your race leader. Rick Duke in the second spot with Kay Dillard in third.
Yeah, then we'll just go with that.
Jerry Basco and Caleb Dillard cheering row number 3. Tyler Burnett, Dakota Smith, Brent Stewart, Mark Powell, and Clayton Stuckey rounding out the top 10. Lights are out. Here we go. Kay Dillard with a great restart that time. He gets around the 6D for a moment, but the 6D of Duke will come right back and take the second spot back away. Litton, Duke, and Dillard your top 3. Burnett and Dillard rounding out your top 5 with Smith, Basco, Stewart, Powell, and Stuckey rounding out the top 10. Garen Lindsay, Trent Parker, Stacy Villeman, Christopher Shaw in the 28. The 25 is Little Robbie Starnes, Michael King Jr., Braden Robinson, Mark Erb, and Robert Young. And we got a caution. A couple of cars stopped at the top of turn number 1. Brent Stewart and Mark Powell come to a halt at the top of turn number 1. That'll be caution flag number 2 of this S&S Fishing and Rental Feature race for the Foy Motors Crate Racing USA Late Models. Three laps complete and 17 to go. Rob Litton, your race leader. Kay Dillard with another great restart. He'll pull around the outside of Rob Litton for the race lead. Kay Dillard out front in the 97. Kay Dillard, Rob Litton, and Rick Duke Jr. And caution flag's going to come out. Now we have 4 laps complete and 16 to go. Cars are all lined up, and we will go green next time by.
Green this time around.
Well, 39, it is, okay, yes. At least I knew which one I was talking about.
Man, 30 something.
I knew it was the blue and black car, the black and blue car, whatever.
Dillard, your race leader. Rob Litton in second, Rick Duke in third. Here we go.
Oh, I already left.
And we got a couple cars collected in that one. Braden Robinson's Robert Young and Michael King Jr. all involved in that one.
Have to go high.
Green flag. We got 4 laps complete and 16 to go. Cade Dillard, your race leader out front in the 97. Litton and Duke side by side, teammates in the 6 cars. Duke with a great run down the back straightaway and into turn number 3. The 6D of Rick Duke trying to get into the second spot. He'll have it at the line. Duke and Litton battling hard for second. Caleb Dillard in 4th. 5th is Tyler Burnett. Dillard, Litton back into 2nd. Duke in 3rd. 4th is Caleb Dillard. 5th is Burnett. Dakota Smith in 6th. 7th is Jerry Basco. 8th is Stacy Villeman. 9th is Garen Lindsay. 10th is little Robbie Starnes. Halfway home, 10 laps down and 10 to go. And we got one turned around in 1 and 2. The 12P of Trent Parker bringing out the caution. The lights are out, 9 laps down and 11 to go. Cade Dillard still your race leader. Rob Litton in the second spot. He chooses the outside. Rick Duke in third. Green flag waving. And they're 3 wide, right behind your top 3. 3 wide for 4th, and something's got to give. The 51 of Tyler Burnett spinning in front of the field. Caution flag waving. And we are green flag racing again. The 97 of K. Dillard, your race leader. Rob Litton and Rick Duke still with a great battle for the second spot. Duke to the inside of Litton. Litton will ride around the top side of the Speedway in the second spot. Dillard, Litton, Duke, Dillard, and Villeman. And we got a problem. The 25 of Starnes loops it and collects the 76B of Basco. Caution flag. Lights are out, 11 laps down and 9 to go. Dakota Smith with a good restart in the B89. He'll power his way into the 4th spot. Rick Duke back around the outside of Rob Litton for 2nd. Cade Dillard, Rick Duke, Rob Litton, Dakota Smith, and Caleb Dillard, your top 5. Clayton Stuckey, Garen Lindsay, Stacy Villeman, and Christopher Shaw rounding out your field.
I'm gonna tell you, it's gonna be 97 East, X.
Cade Dillard, Rick Duke, Rob Litton, Dakota Smith, Caleb Dillard, Clayton Stuckey, Stacy Villeman, Garen Lindsay, and Christopher Shaw. Cade Dillard back in front of the 89 of Smith. Caleb Dillard, rather, the 18. Two laps to go this time. Cade Dillard 2 laps away. Rick Duke in 2nd, Rob Litton in 3rd. White flag in the air, we got 1 lap to go. Rick Duke looks to be closing the gap, but he will run out of time. Coming to grab the checkered flag, it's the thriller, Cade Dillard. Rick Duke will come home 2nd. 3rd place will be Rob Litton. 4th is Caleb Dillard. And Dakota Smith rounding out the top 5. Make some noise for your winner in the Floyd Motors Great Racing USA Late Models, Cade Dillard. Well, Cade, you took the lead on a restart early in the race or on the outside, had a good jump on the start, and really you drove away from him a pretty good bit. You know, I think Duke was closing the gap toward the end, but you had it dialed in, and it was just a rocket ship, man.
Yeah, we had a really good car there. Once we got a rhythm going, had a little fuel burn off, but once he told me I had a little bit of a lead, was just trying to be conservative and hit our marks and not mess up. Had a pretty good car there. Just I want to thank all these fans for coming out. It's awesome to see such a great turnout here for such a great cause, and thank Bubba and Dana for everything we're doing on the track. You know, I'm happy to have a hometown track still up and going successful here, and just want to thank all my sponsors: SNS Fishing and Rental, Joel's Auto Sales, Johnsville Company, Strength Roofing and Siding, Bilstein Shocks, Mesilla Valley Transportation, Nichols, my crew, my family. Happy to have my wife and kids here and family, and thank everybody that bought a shirt or hat or anything. I really appreciate it.
All right, make some noise for your winner, Cade Dillard. Up next will be the American Championship Series Limited Modified A feature presented by Howard Lewin Construction. On the pole from Bridge City, Texas, driving the first-class septic all-in-one plumbing All-American Race Engines IRP by LN7. Number C7 star is Corey Neal Jr. From Provençal, Louisiana, in the MFT Resources R&K Welding and Fabrication Advanced Performance Engines Raptor Chassis, the 15X of Dakota Wyatt. And to the inside of row number 2 from Natchitoches, driving the Mufflix Auto Center, Tipton Service Center, PTS Race Engines Express Race Cars, number 3, the Bullet, Bob Kellogg. And to the outside from Hineston, Louisiana, driving the Hagen Racing, D&K Forestry, CB Race Engines, Larry Shaw Race Cars, number 78 of R.C. Hagen. Your 5th starter is from Vidor, Texas, driving the 15 car. That's Tracy Denby Jr. On the outside from Lumberton, Texas, the R&L Truck Repair First Class Septic All-American Race Engines IRP by LN7, number 955 of Robert Metz Jr. Your 7th starter is from Pitkin, Louisiana, driving the DJ Crazy Mandy Circle J Farms Hair by Whitney Soderberg Gypsy Sisters Boutique, number 15 of Levi Heflin. And from Ruston, Louisiana, driving the BRT Performance Shelton Energy Solutions PTS Race Engines Western Flyer Race Cars, number K9 of Mark Underwood Jr. From Houghton, Louisiana, the Arclitex Shop Builders Arclitex Garage Doors A-Mark Metals IRP Race Cars, number 9 are of Baron Prince. And starting 10th from Cade, Louisiana, in the Joel's Auto Sales Allgaier Incorporated Best Engines Western Flyer Race Cars, number 9J of Darren Jeffroy. Starting 11th from Marksville, Louisiana, in the K1 Contracting, Sugarland Garden Soil and Materials River Runs Dirt Service Petrie Race Engines Express Race Cars, number K1 is Stephen Guidry. And on the outside, the B99 from Jonesboro, Louisiana, that's Ben Leedy. Austin Storm, TJ Bond, Richard Tubbs, Cody Tupper, Brandon Miller, Connor Williams, Ethan Bales, and Cody Robbins. Green flag waving, and we are racing for the American Championship Series Limited Modified Feature Race, presented by Howard Lewin Construction. Corey Neal Jr. rolls out of turn number 4. He's your race leader at the end of circuit number 1. Bob Kellogg in second. Third place is Dakota Wyatt and Tracy Denby Jr. in the middle. We got a trio of 15 cars riding in the top 5. 2 of them will now get by Bob Kellogg for second and third. The 15 of Tracy Denby Jr. will have second. Dakota Wyatt will have third in the 15X, and the 15L of Levi Heflin rides in fourth. Here comes Heflin to battle with Wyatt for third. Levi Heflin in the 15L will take the third spot out of turn number 4. Dakota Wyatt in the 15X will be relegated to 4th. Bob Kellogg still holding on to a top 5. Robert Metz Jr. and Mark Underwood Jr. side by side for the 6th spot as Corey Neal Jr. way out front in the C7 Star. The K9 of Mark Underwood Jr. cracks into the top 5 as he rolls around the outside of the bullet. Bob Kellogg setting his sights on the 15X of Dakota Wyatt. Here he comes around the outside of Wyatt. He'll have the 4th spot at the stripe. So it will be Corey Neal Jr., Tracy Denby Jr., Levi Heflin, Mark Underwood Jr., Dakota Wyatt, Robert Metz Jr., Bob Kellogg, Stephen Guidry, R.C. Hagan, and Barron Prince both tap the wall there. T.J. Bond, Ben Leedy, Connor Williams, Austin Storm, Ethan Bales, Richard Tubbs, Brandon Miller, Darren Jeffroy, and Cody Robbins. Lap traffic will become a factor, but your race leader way out front in the C7 Star. The 1T of Richard Tubbs looks to be off the pace down the back straightaway. He'll be the first car to exit in the American Championship Series Limited Modified Feature Race. The 1T of Richard Tubbs is now done. Corey Neal Jr. has a pair of slower cars right in front, but he's got a straightaway advantage to work with. Coming out of turn number 4, Neal looks to put Robbins and Jeffroy a lap down, and he will do so. Darren Jeffroy and Cody Robbins both a lap down now behind your race leader, Corey Neal Jr. It's Neal, Denby, Heflin, Underwood, and Metz, your top 5. Guidry, Wyatt, Prince, Kellogg, and Williams rounding out the top 10. Mark Underwood Jr. now rolls around the outside of Levi Heflin for the 3rd spot. Mark Underwood Jr. looking very strong, but thus far the C7 Star of Corey Neal Jr. has been able to pull way ahead of the field. Corey Neal Jr., still your race leader, looking to the inside of the slower car, Ethan Bales, trying to put him a lap down. He's got over a straightaway advantage over the second place car of Tracy Denby Jr., who has just begun to crack into lap traffic. Mark Underwood Jr. right there with Denby. And we got a white flag in the air, 1 lap to go. Your race leader rolls down the back straightaway and into 3 and 4 for the final time. Coming around to grab the checkered flag, the C7 Star of Corey Neal Jr. wins in dominating fashion at Sabine. Second place will be Tracy Denby Jr. Third is Mark Underwood Jr. Levi Heflin will finish 4th, and rounding out the top 5 is Robert Metz Jr. Make some noise for your race winner in the American Championship Series Limited Modified, Corey Neal Jr. Well, Corey, I've seen a lot of dominated races over the years, but that was an absolute show that you put on, man, right from the beginning. Of course, going green flag the whole way, that doesn't hurt any. Let's walk this way some. I think it's cutting out. Of course, going green all the way doesn't hurt any as far as getting way ahead, but, man, you beat them by half a track tonight. How does that feel, and what was working out so well for you?
Yeah, the car was really, really, really good, and I didn't really had no clue where they were. I saw my uncle give me signals, but I didn't know how accurate they were. Yeah, it helped with the green flag, green to checkered, so that helped a bunch. Yeah, it was just a good track surface, and I can't thank everybody that worked on the track, Bubba and all them guys, putting up the money, and yeah.
Let's hear about everybody who helps you out in the shop and up and down the road.
First Class Septic, Mark and Sandra, Darren at All in One Plumbing, let's see, Seals Hot Rod Shop, A1 Rentals, R&L Truck Repair, AARE Racing Engine, Stacy, I'm sure he's watching back home. Yeah, hopefully we can go to Boot Hill and sweep the weekend.
So you'll be at Boot Hill tomorrow night?
Yes, sir.
All right, make some noise one more time for your winner, Corey Neal Jr. in the C7 Star. One more race, ladies and gentlemen, the BOM Bank Factory Stocks, a feature presented by DT Midstream. Here is your starting lineup on the pole from Marshall, Texas, driving the Blanchard Holland Rollo's Auto Sales Homebrew Horsepower Battle Wagon Race Cars, number J27 of Scotty Case. To the outside from Montgomery, Louisiana, in the Verda Auto Body, number 0, that's Mike Lavispear. Your third starter is from Huffman, Texas, behind the wheel of the FCA Motorsports Window Pros of Texas All-American Race Engines DAF Chassis, number 41 of Dylan Elasco. And to the outside of row number 2, from Colfax, Louisiana, the JCR Components Affordable Cleaning Rodney Howell Performance Engines Jet Chassis, number 3 of Rodney Howell. Starting 5th from Colfax in the original Parker Chairs and Swings, Joel's Auto Sales Don Racing Engines Wild Child Race Cars, number 9 of John Parker Jr. And to the outside from Florine, behind the wheel of the Warshocks by K. Dillard Racing, David Cook Trucks, Best Engines Outlaw Race Cars, number 100 plus of Brian Cook. Ross Cook, excuse me. The 100 plus is Ross Cook. Starting 7th from Dry Prong. In the bodies by C.J. Hunter and Beck Attorneys, Rodney Howell Racing Engines, Osborne Race Cars, number 234 is C.J. Howell. And starting 8th from Colfax in the J&M Sandblasting, bodies by 88M, Best Engines Outlaw Race Cars, number 88M of Joshua Martin. Starting 9th out of Shreveport in the W&W Timber Hitman Designs, WCH Racing Engines, Dominator Race Cars, number XXX is Sean Graham. Your 10th starter is from New Waverly, Texas in the CP Seamless Gutters, Absolute Excavation, Knowles Performance PRC Chassis, number 56 of Craig Pursley. Starting 11th from Cleveland, Texas, the 99 is JT Garland. And on the outside from Jonesboro, Louisiana, behind the wheel of the TJ Bond Land Services Homebrew Horsepower Battle Wagon Race Cars, number C7 of Vic Case. Starting 13th from Winona, Texas, behind the wheel of the BMP Sprigg and Services Boone Racing Engines Jax Motorsports Chassis, number 1T of Jason Tyner. And to the outside from Manny, Louisiana, driving the Mizell Transportation Club 20 Suspension Shipley Motorsports Engines Outlaw Race Cars, number 32 of Jason Ford. Starting 15th in the Team Smallwood Remax Club 20 Suspension Best Engines Outlaw Race Cars, number 20 is Neil Kemp. And starting 16th from Cut and Shoot, Texas, the DAF Chassis, number 27 of Dalton Faulkner. Brandon Edwards, Ryder Cantillo, Gary Harvin, and Olin Holder the 4th. Green flag in the air. We are racing for the BOM Bank Factory Stocks, presented by DT Midstream. Scotty Case will lead the field down the back straightaway and into turn number 3. Mike Lavispear and Rodney Howell side by side for the second spot. 47 strong here tonight. These are the 20 best of them for the BOM Bank Factory Stocks. The 4 cars in stair-step formation coming out of turn number 2. John Parker Jr. with some great grip down on the bottom of the speedway. He'll move into the 4th spot. Scotty Case, Mike Lavispear, Rodney Howell, John Parker Jr., and Dylan Elasco, your top 5. Here comes Joshua Martin and Sean Graham, followed by C.J. Howell. They're 3 wide down the back straightaway for the 6th spot. Sean Graham through the middle is going to have the spot as the 25 of Gary Harvin pulling off the speedway. 25 of Gary Harvin is done. Scotty Case, Rodney Howell, John Parker Jr., Mike Lavispear, and Joshua Martin, your top 5. Sean Graham, C.J. Howell, Craig Pursley. And we got a problem for the 9. The John Parker Jr. in the 9 car. He's off the pace and into the infield. Scotty Case, Rodney Howell, Joshua Martin, Sean Graham, C.J. Howell, your top 5. Craig Pursley, Dylan Elasco, Ross Cook, Dalton Faulkner, and Vic Case, your top 10. Top 5 cars distancing themselves from the rest of the competition. Craig Pursley, Ross Cook, and Dalton Faulkner with a good battle for 6th. And we got one blowing up. The 32 of Jason Ford with some heavy smoke pulls it into the infield. 32 of Jason Ford, his night is done. And the 0 of Mike Lavispear now off the pace and into the infield as well. Joshua Martin into the 3rd spot, now battling for 2nd. We're halfway home, 10 laps down and 10 to go. Scotty Case way out front with Rodney Howell and Joshua Martin battling side by side, a pair of Colfax, Louisiana racers. Sean Graham out of Shreveport in 4th, and the Dry Prong native of C.J. Howell in 5th. Now the 100 plus of Ross Cook into the infield. He is done. Scotty Case, Rodney Howell, Joshua Martin, Sean Graham, and CJ Howell. Craig Persley, Dalton Faulkner, Vic Case, Brandon Edwards, and Dylan Elasco, your top 10. Neil Kemp, JT Garland, Jason Tyner, Ryder Quintillo, and Olin Holder the fourth, rounding out your field at the moment. Joshua Martin with a good run on Rodney Howell as Sean Graham closes the door. Closes the gap, I should say, on both of them. Should be a good three-car battle for second here in just a moment. Scotty Case, Rodney Howell, Joshua Martin, Sean Graham, Dalton Faulkner now cracks into the top 5. Here comes Sean Graham to the inside of Joshua Martin. A battle for the third spot. Rodney Howell looking good in second. He's not out of the woods yet, though, as the 88M comes back. Craig Persley in 6th. 7th is Brandon Edwards. 8th, Vic Case. 9th is Neil Kemp. And in 10th is Dylan Elasco. It will be 2 laps to go next time by. Three wide for the 6th spot. The 51, the 56, the C7 all battling for it. Case has the advantage out of turn 2. 2 laps to go for his dad, Scotty, out front. Dalton Faulkner now closing in on Sean Graham and Joshua Martin, as well as Rodney Howell. Laps winding down, though. We're running out of time here. The J27 of Scotty Case will see the white flag. 1 lap to go. Rodney Howell, Joshua Martin, Sean Graham, Dalton Faulkner. 4-car battle right there. Here comes Faulkner to the inside of Sean Graham. Scotty Case out front in 3 and 4. We got one spinning, the 51 of Brandon Edwards, but the checkered flag is waving. Scotty Case will take the win. Rodney Howell second, third Joshua Martin, fourth is Dalton Faulkner, and rounding out the top 5 is Sean Graham. How about a round of applause for your winner, Scotty Case, wins at the BOM Bank Factory Stocks. Well, Scotty, you got the win, but the rest of us, I think, were winners because we got to see that incredible battle for second way behind you. It was quite a show, 3 or 4 wide almost there at the end of the race. Well, how did that thing work out so well for you? It seems like every time you pull in the pits here at Sabine, you take the win.
I can't say every time. I let Neil snip up and get me last year, the big race. I don't know, man, I just worked my butt off. I turn wrenches on this thing every day.
Absolutely. Well, let's hear about everybody who helps you out.
Let's talk about how they wasting their money on cutting my tires. We're going to shut some crybabies up after this weekend. Blanchard Hauling, Battle Wagon Race Cars, TNC Dozer Service, 1-3 Designs, Rollo's Auto Sales, and I got Mobags on here, but I got to thank Neil Kemp. I tried some of his shocks for the feature, and they had his Big Dig will Big Dig.
All right, man. Well, where's it on to tomorrow?
We're going to go to Architects tomorrow.
All right, keep that streak alive.
I hope so.
All right, give it up one more time for your BOM Bank Factory Stock winner, Scotty Case in the J27. Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the Jones family and everyone here at Sabine Speedway, we thank you so much for joining us. My name is Joshua Bell. You can find us on Facebook at Sabine Speedway. You can find me on Facebook at Joshua Bell-Announcer. We will be off next Friday night, April 22nd, so enjoy some time with your family and friends. We'll be racing at Boot Hill Speedway tomorrow, as well as the 23rd on Saturday. And we'll be right back here on April 29th, Friday night, for the weekly racing series here at Sabine Speedway. Y'all have a good night. Join us down the road tomorrow at Boot Hill, and we'll see you next time.